Okay, we're a little early, but since we have so many people showing up already, welcome. How are we all doing? Zedek, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How is the sub server going? And also, Guitarland, Quiet, Chloe, Sheepy, Blue, GF, Dab. So many people here already. Sleeper, Sarge. How's everyone doing? I hope you are all well. You're going to have to bear with me 2 seconds. I am going to just have to mute the mic for a second so I can take some paracetamol without making a huge racket opening the packet. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay, that's better. Sorry about that. Going well so far. Only died 4-ish times. Only. I mean, you're only on like day 2 as well. That's quite good going for you. I did see you playing with what are they? The creaking things or whatever they're called. I did see you playing with those. Sorry for making me start. No, it's all good. I am more than happy to. It's like 20 seconds early. But how is everyone doing? Right, we left off yesterday. We just put. I think I did it while we were on stream. I started the ruby going through here, and I put some of the tantalite through as well because we're going to need that today. But yeah, the overall plan for today is this. Plus a few extra things if we have time. But the alloy blast smelter. We need to get this up and running. I think I know where we're going to put it. We also might need to start adding a few additional floors to underneath each of these areas. He changes game and goes, oh, nice, nickel. Now, why did I need it? I mean, I'm sure nickel's useful in other games as well. But yeah, I think we're going to put the alloy blast smelter down here. I'm going to probably continue this raised section up to the end here. Then we'll put the alloy blast smelter on here, on one side of here, along with a one, maybe 2 vacuum freezers here for freezing the outputs of it back into ingots. A lot of this stuff is actually going to get moved today. I'm kind of wishing I'd done this stuff elsewhere now as well. But yeah, that's the plan for today. We did also start the RTM alloy coils going, which are now done. We did need 24 of those, so those are now finished, which is nice. So let's start figuring out before we start doing anything else. We need to get more tantalite. We need tantalum carbide for this, which we can get from tantalite. And we don't have a huge amount, so we should really move the miner over to somewhere where we can get it. Also, I keep forgetting to say this, but if for anybody who is not already following Ziddick, I'm guessing most people who are here came from Ziddick's raid. But if you're not already following him, make sure you do. He's awesome. He is, even though I'm very quiet at the moment, over there, is where I tend to spend most of my mornings. Right, do we want to go with the moon, or do we want to go look in the nether? I think the moon is likely to have potentially more of it, but we are going to have to change into this. And, oh, also fill it with oxygen. Oh, we lose night vision as well, don't we? How did we fill this with oxygen? Oh, with the oxygen loader. That makes sense. All right, do we have any power over here? Is my next question. That will probably do. Give that thing some power. The next question is, can we use these to fill it? We can. Fantastic. Okay. Right, so if we do that and put that into there, that will refill that. We should also have a large oxygen tank here as well, which we can also refill. I'm hoping we don't need anything more for our trip. Oh, okay, so that refills... Huh. Okay, so shift right-clicking that will refill oxygen cells, apparently. A little weird, but okay. Alright. Let's go to the moon. Or the cheese planet, as we've called it. Let's see if we can find some tantalite. We'll find the tantalite first, then we'll bring the miner over. Oh god, it's horrible without night vision. Wait, what is... Did I dig all this out? I don't remember digging this out. I guess I must have done, but I don't remember doing it. Okay. It looks interesting. It's incredibly dark, however. That's the downside. Right, we're hoping that we can find something that has a decent amount of tantalite in it. Well, there's 7 there. Oh, no. It's going to be ones that are just, like, sporadically dotted around, isn't it? It might not be worth being over here for the tantalite then, because it just seems to be, yeah, just like sporadic bits and pieces here and there. What's this though? Oh, it's a village, isn't it? Oh, tetrahedrite might not be a bad idea though. No, it doesn't look like it's going to be worth it. Right, have we got any micromine emissions we can use for tantalites? We've got 672 there, but that's not going to get us a lot. Okay, the micromine emissions might be the best way to go then. If we can set off like 10 of these micromine emissions, that will get us 20 stacks, which will get us 40 stacks of crushed tantalite, which, if we assume 14%, which we are probably at the 14%, we'll get from that. So 40 times 64 times 0.14. That would only get us around about 360. A little bit shy of 360. Might be enough. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so what do we need then? In that case. For the micromine emissions, we need... so we're going to need... If we set off 10 of these... We need the basic drilling kit, stainless steel drill heads, and we need 20 quantum flux. The quantum flux is something we don't really have a lot of at the moment. We can make a little bit, but not a huge amount. Actually, you know what? Let's send off, just to be on the safe side, let's send off 20 of these missions. So we need 20 basic drilling kits, which I'm pretty sure we have auto craftable. We still haven't, you know what we still haven't done? We still haven't passived stainless steel. Wait, do I not make that? Oh, I've not made a recipe for that drill head yet. Okay. Right, that should go in at the forming press. Yeah, we're down to 900. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that for now. Just so we can have a little bit extra coming in. And then we need 20 of those. Right, while those are crafting, let's go and set this up over here so we can auto output rocket fuel. Oh, we're already doing that. Never mind. That's fine. Alright, so we need... Oh, we've already got a 44 quantum flux in there anyway. Okay, well, we'll leave those. Well, that's... Oh, it's also the tier 2 miner we've got anyway, so that's fine. Right, we'll wait for those. That should get us tantalite. What else does that get us as well as the tantalite? Pyrolusite. What can we actually do with pyrolusite? Manganese. Oh, that actually gets us more tantalite dust as well. Oh, perfect. In that case, we will get quite a bit, and some niobium as well, which we will probably need later. Be right back. All right, no worries, quiet. Oh, by the way, Guitar Lilin, you mentioned in Discord that you set a miner up. Which miner were you referring to? Right, why is that taking time? Oh, the double steel plates. That makes sense. Oh, wait, where are we getting tantalum dust from? Oh, the tantalite. Oh, we don't get tantalite dust from that. We get tantalum directly. Oh, that's good. Because that's what we actually need. Perfect. Right, so let's set up storage for the tantalum. Wait, which miners are we talking about? Oh, I never bothered with the miners. I actually didn't even realize they were a thing. I never even bothered with them. I completely forgot about them. Nice. How good is how has it actually been? All right. Tantalum. So with the high pressure steam one. Has it felt worthwhile? Because that might have been a trick I missed at the start then. I guess if you've got it on a server as well, it definitely makes it more worthwhile because obviously you can, like you seem to have done, you left it running overnight. I ended up doing most of my mining manually, well, the early game mining at least manually. There we go. All right, there we go. Should have some tantalum there now. Right, how are we doing for these? We've got 20 of those, and we've got 9 of those at the moment. Let's start those going through. Now, I'm hoping that this should just feed the miner back through into here again. I would say I've used the single block miners in GTNH in the past. But that's it. Right, let's process this tantalite as well. This needs to be electrolyzed in sets of 9. Perfect. I don't think we need tantalite itself for anything except for this. This will give us manganese, tantalum, and a little bit more oxygen. One ore every 8 seconds. Oh, okay. So yeah, if it's passively running overnight, then still definitely worth it. Is the one downside. This is one thing I'm kind of wishing I had this on a server at the moment. Well, I want to wait and to make sure this does feed the. I want to make sure this does feed. Wait. Didn't I put 20 of those basic drilling kits in there? And it's down to 15 already. Oh, no. Oh, right. No, it was, they only stack to 16, don't they? That explains it. Okay. That's fine. Right. So, tantalum. We've got a little bit. We will be getting more in. And we can start processing all this stuff as well for more. That will be fine. Okay. So, for the alloy blast smelter, there's a few things we need. We need the tantalum carbide plates for the blast smelter itself. We also need, we've got the coils already. We are going to need the heat vents and the high temperature casings. So the heat vents are those ones. And then high temperature smelting casings are those ones. Okay, so those take titanium carbide and HSLA steel and tungsten carbide frames. The heat vents are titanium rotors, double molybdenum disilicide plates, and tantalum carbide plates. I think what we probably want to do is set recipes up for all of these. I'm assuming these can actually be done in the alloy blast smelter itself as well. I think it works out, it actually works out cheaper in terms of energy usage. That's 60.3 seconds for 2 ingots. Oh yeah, it's definitely cheaper. It's definitely better. So we'll switch over some of these recipes into the alloy blast smelter soon. We might. I'm actually looking at this. It might actually be worth making 2 alloy blast smelters eventually. Might be worth it. We'll worry about that when the time comes, though. For right now, we just need to get some of these recipes set up. So tantalum carbide is just tantalum and carbon. HSLA steel is Invar, vanadium, titanium, and molybdenum. The Invar dust, I'm pretty sure we don't have. We haven't even set up Invar as a to passively generate yet either, so we'll do that in a moment. I guess we could just make the Invar dust. Do I need Invar for much? I know we use it for a few things. Yeah, let's just okay, you know what, let's do that first. Right, if we just make, I think we're using MV alloy smelters. Wrong floor. Right. So yeah, everything is set up here. There's no doubt going to be more things that we need to passively craft. But right now, though, this will do. That will go there. We need the 16 amp energetic alloy cables. $16 amp might have been slightly overkill for those. Now we just need an interface. Currently having to mine a crap ton of nickel for Invar as you speak, because faster MV means faster E. That is true, although you can't get to actual auto-crafting for a little while yet, unfortunately. Alright, and then this just needs to output... Oh, we need a robot arm as well, which we have, and we need a filter. We need an emitter. A machine controller, which I still haven't made a recipe for, and I need to. Alright, and that's going to be for Invar. We're also going to need storage for Invar as well. So we need another 4K drive. There's so much I need to do. And thank you for the follow today, by the way, as well. I almost completely missed that. I do apologize. All right. That's nuts. I'm still waiting for the point where we run out of space in those drives and have to add more. Hey, Motoko. How are you doing? Oh, right. Do the monitor as well. I need to start using, like, I think when we get to a point where we start to do the aesthetic side of things, we can start adding a few more of these storage monitors, just so we can, so like for the things that we know that we're producing in certain places, we'll start adding storage monitors, and then we know what's in there at any given time. Right, so invert, if we keep everything else, we've got 8,192. So if we emit a signal when it's below that, did I do the filter yet? I did. Right, so it's 2 iron, 1 nickel, right? That is not the right thing. That's what we need to do. Right, and then we just do nickel and iron ingot in there. And we have passive involved. Perfect. Okay. Welcome back, Quiet, as well. Didn't set up the Invar dust recipe yet, did I? So we are gonna do this by macerating the Invar. Probably not the fastest way to do it, but it should be fine. How's Ruby doing, by the way? Is Ruby okay? Vanadium and molybdenum, we don't need recipes for because we already have them. Right, titanium. Oh, wait, are all these on... Those are both on no mixers with no circuits. Those both go in there. Titanium carbide is circuit 3. And molybdenum disilicide is no circuit. Perfectly normal, acting like herself. Spent a lot of time resting yesterday, though. I mean, she had a very exhausting, I'm assuming, trip to the vets, so she deserves her rest. Okay. So, stainless steel is mostly coming in as well. That will be using up the mixer, I think, or one of the mixers. Right, let's figure everything else out here, then. First things first, actually, I want to see how many input buses and hatches we're going to need for the alloy blast smelter. I mean, we can put a an ME input hatch on here for the fluids. That'll be fine, and obviously put an ME output hatch. Actually, no, we don't need the ME output hatch, do we? Because the fluids are going to go straight to be solidified. At least I think all of them are going to be. But how many different circuits are we likely to use? Because we're basically going to need to set up one input bus for each circuit. Let's look at the things that we know we're going to be making, or be hoping to make today. So the first one is probably going to be the maceration tower. So secure maceration casing, that's like 0 and 100. That will be made with circuit 15. Let's try and actually put all the circuits we're likely to need for those in there. So the maceration tower, the wire mill. That's a large wire factory that uses what? Is that right? Stress-proof casing? Yeah, okay, stress-proof casing. I guess we can always just set this up so we can always add more to it if we need to. So I don't think we need to worry about this now. We'll worry about it when we get to that point. Let's just worry about that later. For right now, let's do recipe for this, which it is nicely added using the universal circuits today. The alloy smelter. I need the nichrome wire. Those into there. We also need to do the tantalum carbide. Oh, we were still in the process of doing all the recipes for these, weren't we? And getting them set up. Hey, Dagon. How's it going? Super out. So your car was an oven. You felt really bad and had to open her carrier a bit so she didn't overheat. Oh, poor thing. And that goes with helium, so we can do that on circuit 2. HSLA steel. Just go straight to import. That uses nitrogen, so that can also be done on circuit 2. Titanium carbides. That's helium, so it can also be done on circuit 2. And we ran out of patterns. Good on myself. I've got a bit of a headache and I'm feeling a little under the weather in general at the minute, but otherwise, overall I'm doing all right. All right, and this will use helium as well. So all of these can go on circuit 2 in the EBF. And I've just realized I've got to do all of that again. Because we want these are going to be outputting the actual ingots and not... That one's fine. Not the hot ingots. The titanium carbides. What a nice red color that, actually. What's the other one? Molybdenum disilicide. Hey, Becky. Hopefully you're doing a little better than yesterday. And if not, hopefully the day will get better. All right, so we've got all those. We can put that away now as well. Right, so tantalum carbide plates. We are rapidly running out of space in our bender. But we only have one slot left in our bender. That's not good. All right, so that will start making the alloy blast smelter for us. Right, the heat vents. We just need double molybdenum disilicide plates, which actually, can I make... Do I just have a bend? I've got a bender making the double plates. Do I have it as an MV or an HV? Where do I even have it? That's actually a very good question. Oh, there it is. Oh, it is an HV one. Okay, so I don't think there's much point in upgrading it to an EV one at the minute, since we're going to be switching over to Multi-blocks soon. Right. That will go into double plates. The molybdenum disilicide. And then the long molybdenum disilicide rod. That'll go in there. And that should be everything we need for the heat vents. We have our alloy blast smelter. And then we need the high temperature smelting casing. I don't know how many of these we need. But that was, what, circuit 6. So we need the titanium carbide. Oh, no, we've not got enough space. We're going to have to take some recipes out for a while, I think. Until we can switch over. Because we are now squarely out of space. I don't think there's... Oh, the battery alloy. We can actually take the battery alloy out. I don't think we need that in there. If we need it in there, we'll put it back in later. When we switch over to the multi-block. I mean, we can easily expand the amount of space we've got on this. It's just going to be a case of setting up pattern piers. It's got worse, unfortunately. This first made you even worse. First, oh no, that sucks, Becky. I really do hope you feel better soon. Right, where were we? All right, so we got those, and then HSLA steel plates as well. Hopefully, these are the last plates we need to make. I can guarantee they won't be. But they might be the last ones we need to make for a little while. And then tungsten carbide frames will go in circuit 4. And they'll go through the lathe. Okay, right. Right, circuit 4. And then the other actual casing goes in circuit 6. Okay. Spent the better part of this morning humming and hawing over getting a tattoo really soon. Your little sister wants to go with because she's the only one of your siblings who's interested in this sort of thing. Told her she might be too young. She's turned 18 yesterday. Why would that be too young? I mean, so long as if she's thinking of, is she actually thinking of getting one now, or just going down and having a look and seeing what the kind of the place is like? So if she's thinking of getting one, if she's thinking of getting one, then just make sure she kind of properly considers what she's going to get, because it's going to be there for the rest of her life. Because I definitely didn't with mine. And I wish I had been a little more careful with it. Right, we need, what, 12 of these? 12 heat vents? Alright, that should be fine. How are we doing for titanium now, anyway? I've still got 4,000. We're doing fine. I've got a couple. Nothing major. I got mine done very young. Well, not very young, actually. I can't remember how old I was, but I was quite young, and I didn't really think them through. And one of them I got, which I'd planned to have 2 done, and I never got the second one done. So the one that I have doesn't make a lot of sense. And the other one was just a kind of a symbol that I liked. And it looks absolutely awful now. Your first was for your 21st. What? I can't even remember what tattoos you've got, Anna. Who you wish you waited for to have by better artists? Yeah, I kind of mine look awful now, but I don't think my skin is really kind of made for tattoos. It's not kind of like smooth at all. There's a lot of kind of it's hard to explain, but it's not great for it. Right. Okay. So what else do we need here? I've had one planned for 4 or 5 years, so I haven't changed your mind on it. Was that the one that you posted in Discord the other day, Quiet? So I quite like that because the thing I like about the one that you showed in Discord is like it actually has like it's got a meaning to it. Like it actually kind of means something to you. Got 2 dolphins on your lower back. You said look like a recycling symbol. I don't remember that, but that sounds like the kind of thing I'd say. Oh yes, I do remember the Phoenix thing. I do remember that. Vaguely. Chakwatra and an Ankh. Cool. Lucy from Charlie Brown with the 5 little birdies. Big sister and little annoying little birds always with her. Yeah, it has a bit of a meaning to it, which is always good. I know, I do remember it now that you've mentioned it. Good afternoon, Banana. How you doing? Right, we're going to need a maintenance hatch for this. I don't think we need a cleaning maintenance hatch, so just a regular auto maintenance hatch should do. You want rat footprints on your ankle? So I'm assuming the rats, like rats, have some kind of meaning for you. Do you own rats? Well, somebody I used to know years ago who used to own rats. Want to wrap around one on your on each wrist now of Ivy? Cool. I don't think I'd ever get any more tattoos at this point. I think I'm kind of I've got that out of my system unless I could find like I don't really have anything that has enough meaning to me for me to want to permanently put it on my body now. Why are there so many alerts on Discord today? Okay, right, so we've got all of those. We just need the casings now. Well, we need the casings. We need an ME input hatch. An output hatch. Is there anything in this that's going to give more than 1 LV output hatches worth of anything? 2 buckets. 1.4, 1.3, 6.4. I don't think there is. I'm seeing things like 6 buckets has been the highest output I've seen. 4 buckets there. No, just an LV output hatch. Although we do have an HV output hatch, so we'll use that. You love a quote from the song Legends Never Die. I don't think I know that song. I'm not much of a lyrics person, though. I have another idea for one to represent your parents in the same vein. It'll be Schroeder, the piano player from Charlie Brown, with Snoopy sitting on the piano. That'd be quite cool. How do your parents feel about you getting tattoos? Not that they have much say in the matter anymore, but what are their thoughts on it? I think I'm gonna I'm going to make 4 import buses for now, and I'm going to do them all as MV for the time being. League of Legends song. Fair enough. Do you play League of Legends? I don't think you've ever mentioned League of Legends before. All right, no worries, Becky. Please, I really hope you feel better soon, and sending all of the hugs. Okay. So, how many of these casings do we need? Oh, we need a muffler hatch as well, before I forget. Let's get that sorted. Just love the song, heard it on a Minecraft animation. Cool. I don't think I know the song. Well, it might be something I know when I hear it, but I don't know. I never knew the name of it, kind of thing. Okay, so there is what? 9 plus 3, 6, 9, 12. So 21 casings on the top and bottom. So 42 minus 1 for... So 42 casings on the top and bottom. Minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 42 minus 8. That 30... 32? 34? Yeah, 34. All right, so those are high temperature ones. We make 34 of those. Hey, Radius. That is a long... I'm assuming it's a cat. Can't tell. Yep, it's a cat. How you doing, Radius? They're against it 100%, but your one sister was going away for a very long time in October, so I figured it's a good tribute to all your siblings if you got it soon. That makes sense. Like, what are your... What's stopping you from getting it? Like, is it something that you're still unsure about, or... Is it just the fact that it's something that's going to be there forever kind of thing? You're awake. I mean, that's good, I think. Right, I'm going to do 2 vacuum freezers. Cost is another thing, yeah. So somebody I've kind of been watching stuff on YouTube of recently. They've got some absolutely fantastic tattoos. She's a big kind of horror movie fan, so she's kind of getting an entire sleeve done of kind of horror movie kind of killers. And just horror movie kind of imagery. So she's got kind of like a thing of that classic Exorcist screenshot. Exorcist scene where it's got like kind of the very misty, and it's got the guy with the hat on standing outside the gates of the building. I think she's got kind of Leatherface on there, Michael Myers, a bunch of other ones. Just look absolutely fantastic. I can't find any images of it though. Trying to find some images. They look fantastic. It's not something I'd get myself, but it just looks awesome. I'll see if I can find some later. Right, what's taking the time with this? Titanium carbide at the moment. All going through here. Oh, yeah. Well, tungsten carbide. Gonna take a little while. Yours was supposed to be 500, but it didn't take so long, so it only cost 420. Okay, let's see if we can... actually can't start putting this together yet, but we can actually start building up the platform a little bit for it. which I forgot we were going to be doing. Right, let's bring this across here. Yeah, I think it's that way for like any tattoos. Certainly any tattoos that take a little bit longer to actually do. They'll base it on time rather than anything else. Alright. Where's my wand? Let's make sure we actually restrict that this time. I forgot last time. Right, how much space are we going to need here for this? So the center is where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's the center point. So we want to have the glass smelter to the side. So if we do... Actually, we want that a little bit further forwards, don't we? So we have the blast smelter there. Actually, could we... I was hoping we could do it in such a way that we could have 2 alloy blast smelters here. Then we could have 2 alloy blast smelters, and then have the vacuum freezers in the center. If we were to do that, though, we would have to probably move it out to there, and that'll be right against the edge of there, which actually isn't that big of a deal because this bit's purely decorative anyway. I think that might be the way we go, you know. Like we'll only have the single alloy blast smelter for now, but we'll have it set up so if we want to add another one in there later, we can. And then we can have the vacuum freezers in the center. And that'll look quite cool, I think. Alright, so... that will go there. Do we have any of our casings? We've got a few of them. This might take a little while. All right. I think we're going to do all of the inputs at the, or towards the back. If we have the input buses there, and then we can have another one on that side, then we can have all of the PAN providers going into each of these. Don't even know what else you were planning on doing today. I mean, good a reason as any to go and do it today then. All right, we'll do the output bus though. The output hatch rather will go over here. The output hatch will go there. We'll do the maintenance hatch. I kind of want the maintenance hatch centered. So we'll do the maintenance hatch on the top layer. The ME input hatch there. Let's just clear out some of this so we know where everything's going. Right, so that goes there. Right. Okay, so that's the bottom layer. Then we need a layer of coils. Then a layer of heat vents. And another layer of coils. Then we'll put the maintenance hatch on there. Hey, they're coming in a little bit quicker now. Like that. And I'm assuming I can have the muffler facing down in these as well. So we don't have to deal with looking at the steam. And then... You know what I am forgetting in here? Kind of an important part of it. That it kind of needs. Oh. Right, so if we're looking at... Let's just look at the maceration tower once again. What power, what do we need power-wise for this? EV. So if we do it at IV, if we just do a IV energy hatch, that should be fine. But I forget to make steel again. Not this time, no. I just forgot that we actually needed power for it. Apparently. I mean, it seems a little excessive for it to want us to have power in here. So it'll be vacuum freezer. And then vacuum freezer. I know, it seems weird, right? They're only amazing if they actually have a meaning, generally, as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't necessarily need to be a meaning to anybody else but yourself. But if they don't have a meaning, if it's just something that's shoved onto your body, which unfortunately mine are, they're not so great. Right, we are going to do, I think, EV energy hatches for these. Oh yeah, I heard you got a new job, sis. Congrats. When do you actually start? Yeah, I think we're going to have the energy hatch there. Meaning of your eventual giant hyper-realistic praying mantis face on your back is still to be determined. Yeah, that's not concerning at all. Right, what are we waiting on of these? Lots of stuff. Wait, you started on Sunday, or you're starting this Sunday, or you started last Sunday? Ta-da! We have an alloy blast smelter. You start this Sunday coming. Well, good luck with it. I'm sure you won't need it, but good luck with it. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Is the next question. We need a bunch more of these. We're going to need a lot more vacuum freezers eventually anyway, so we'll just make a stack of the casings. Oh, we're going to need a couple of maintenance hatches as well. Okay, so I think we're going to do... The output bus we'll put there, and I guess the energy hatches can go there and there. And then we'll get rid of that one, and we're going to need 2 input hatches. And then we're also going to need an input bus as well. I think we need an input bus, right? Yeah, we do. If we need the mold in there, so we do also need an input bus. There we go, and that can go there. I've done input hatch that side. We probably don't need 2 input hatches in here, honestly, but... Okay, so those have not formed, because I haven't put the maintenance hatches in yet. And you are still not forming. What have I missed? The output bus, input hatch, input bus. What am I missing from my vacuum freezers? We got power this time. I actually remembered it. Got the maintenance hatches. Why are you not... Why are you the way you are? Is it because these can only go on here? Alright. What am I missing? Got the power. We've got the input hatches. Is it because it's got 2 input hatches? Will it only work with a single input hatch? Oh, no. I missed a block. Never mind. It's fine. I just missed a block. We're going to have to move this, though. Back to where it was. On the sides. There we go. Right. Now we're talking. That works quite nicely as well. And then when we have another one on that side, that'll be fantastic. Okay. So, next things next. We've got to get power over here. I need a mold, don't I? We've already got an ingot mold. Perfect. That can go in there. We're going to need lasers to go from there to there. And then we've got to get underneath here to sort the rest of it out. Right, so we need 2 converters. We're going to need a 4 amp EV and a 1 amp IV. Right, and we're going to need end steel. Okay, what else do we need? Need to hook those up to there. Converter goes in there. IV converter is going to take a little bit longer. Oh, although not that much longer apparently. Right, and that's going to go there. Bring the ME. I'm in 2 minds at the minute about whether I want to start setting up. Oh shit! You know what there's something I forgot to do as well. I was supposed to be increasing our output from the thing down there because at the minute we are not able to output enough. Because 16, this can output up to 16 amps of IV, which would be 16 times 8192, which is 131,072 EU per tick, or 524,288 RF per tick, and we can currently output whatever 131,072 times 3 is. Oh, we only need one more. We only need one more card coming out of this. That's fine. That's actually not a problem. Eventually, we will be switching over to using. There we go. That should be enough. Oh, wait, hold on. We need that as well. Okay, yeah. Eventually, we'll be switching over to using peer-to-peer energy transfer, but we'll only do that once we get to the we'll only do that once we get to the power substation. Probably not worth it before then. Oh, wait, how? Oh, I've just noticed something. This ME cable is... I've pulled that off from the wrong place. Whoops. I was going to say, that's not centered. Because I brought it off from the wrong place. Should have been coming off here. Right, and then that up to there. Hook that up to there. And then we'll put a pattern provider on there. I think we want to bring this like there and then across. And then we'll also do that as well. And then we can mirror that on the other side when we need to. Okay, right. Now we're just going to get power down here. Which can I do that? And then what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then if we do one there and one there. All right, and then give these things some power. And that should be all of that sorted out. Right, we do need to make sure all of these are set to distinct buses. Okay, right, so that should work. What can we test this out on? Oh, we won't work yet because we haven't got anything. We're not actually extracting from here yet, are we? We'll extract from there and insert into there. Okay. Now it should work. Right, what can we test this out on? What do we need at the moment? Or what will we need at the moment? We did want to start working on the... I want to start working on upgrading this slots so we've got the multi-blocks for all of those. Why? Wait, why is that? How is that making you feel overwhelmed? What is it that's making you feel overwhelmed with it? This is literally just to an input and an output. This one's at least this one's a nice simple one. It's an input, it's an output. It's that's all there is to it. You do need a lot of cards for things, but honestly, I don't mind that. Give you some A2 and you'll be right there. I mean, we've got A2 in here as well, but there's just not much point in doing it here. I guess we could have used fluid peer-to-peers to send the fluids from there to there, but not really much different. The thing I like with Laser IO, though, is just how much control you have over things. That's the nicest thing about it. Right, this is what we need. The large material press. In order to make this, we are going to need what casings? Stress-proof ones, isn't it? Stress-proof casings. Wow, that is laggy as hell. Right, stress-proof casings. So in order to make these, we need the miraging steel. Miraging steel is made with iron, titanium, aluminium, nickel, and cobalt. Do I have cobalt? I got a little bit. Yeah, it's incredibly nice. I mean, at least with the it does with the multi-blocks at least, which is so nice. Until this playthrough, I hadn't used the like the ME buses at all because they just hadn't been around last time I went this far into GregTech. Because it was a good few years ago. But they are so useful. Right, okay, so this will be on circuit 5. We should have everything we need. But we're going to do this as an ingot output. What's 3456 divided by 144? 24. So this will give us 24 ingots of miraging steel. Right, and we need a Pattern provider. Don't know, Monifactory, but might be to negate the power loss on some of the GT cables. Yeah, it's not so much of an issue on... Hang on. Again, I know it's a great mod, and it's not really your setup in particular, just how much control is actually needed. Honestly, you don't need as much control as I try and get out of this. Like, you definitely do not need as much control as like, you don't need as much as I'm doing here. Mostly, I just like to have that extra control. It's generally not necessary, though. You can get away with not doing it. Right, so if we set that on circuit 5. Let's try this. And it's doing its thing. I do like that texture as well. 450 seconds, though, but that's 24 ingots in 450 seconds. Perfect for control freaks like you, and me as well. One thing you as a beginner really miss is a nice book, a guide telling you about everything. Yeah, that is one thing that Greg Tech doesn't have, although I think the difficulty with that would be there's just so much there that it would be difficult to have it all in one place. But so steam boilers, yes. Well, any boiler will explode. It's the same in most mods. Any boiler, if you feed water into an already hot boiler, it will either explode or there will be some negative impact to it. But this does appear to be working, so far at least. So I think the next thing we're actually going to have to do, assuming this works, is start to build the next floors of this. Basically, we're going to have another floor underneath here. This is going to be the same on all 4 sides of here, except maybe that one, because we've still got we've got to deal with that. But that is... Wait, which side is this? Oh, that's the one which we're probably not likely to need it anyway. That's where all the distillation towers are. But yeah, this is what I've been kind of planning out here. We're going to have like 3 blocks of space for a kind of maintenance area. And then another 13 blocks for the floor. And then the next floor. And then another 3 blocks for a maintenance area. And then we're going to have... This will give us enough space to do everything that we need to do. Pirate, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. The G menu, basically, it's not something that they actually have for Greg Tech. As far as I'm aware. But you know, with Applied Energistics, if we do storage components, you know you've got this thing where you can hold G for more information. They don't actually have anything for Greg Tech, I believe, set up for this, but they do have it for things. I might be wrong about that, though. Hey, you leave my granddad posture alone, pirate. You know you wish that you had that posture. Alright, so... Oh, I've just realized I didn't actually get all of the... I need to make one of each of these ingots, don't I? For the recipe. Alright, so I got HSLA steel. Tantalum carbide. It would be a huge undertaking, yes. Titanium carbide. How are you getting on? 213 seconds out of 450. What was the last one? That was the molybdenum disilicide. I've got 8,000 molybdenum. How are we doing for chromite now? Or chromium, rather. 8,400. That's not bad. what about tantalum? Still only 263 tantalum. Oh, but we will have our micromine emissions finished now, won't we? There were a few things that had it in an older version. I don't think it was ever fully implemented, though. How long will it be to complete the packet of chill pace? Not sure. I mean, we've been doing this relatively slowly. As you can probably tell from the size of the building we've got, every now and then we've been stopping to just work on building. So there's been about 7 or 8 streams of just building. And we are currently at time played 11.46 days. That's what, 275-ish hours so far? And we're probably like halfway through-ish, maybe. There we go, we can claim that. Oh, come on. Anybody got any objections to me just going into editing mode and completing this? Because we've done this. We just never held 34 of them in our inventory at one go. And I don't want to make another thing. Although, I guess that being said, it doesn't really matter too much. No, it's not going to matter too much. If we're going to be making another one anyway, we're going to need to do that. So, although this will stay locked until we have done it. How are we doing for the polybenzimidazole? We have our 256 buckets of PBI. I'm not breaking the oven down and resetting it again. Not gonna happen. Yeah, I've been getting it a lot in the other pack I've been playing at the minute. And it's a little bit more annoying in that pack, where things are a lot more difficult to make. Probably not as long as charge pace. Wow. Pirate, I think you'll find that I'm actually, given how far we are and the fact that we're only on, what, day 40-something now? Day 43? And we're only streaming for about 4 to 5 hours at a time. We're doing pretty fucking well. So screw you, Pirate. There we go. We got that. This is what we're going to start working towards next, by the way. 450 seconds is such a long time. And then we just got to wait for it to go through all of these. I did actually power these, didn't I? Yeah. We're nearly there. And it's using 7,680 EU per tick, which is not bad. There it goes, and there it goes. Our miraging steel. Beautiful. Okay. So now that we know that's working, let's start building out the platform down here. So we can start putting, we'll probably have the multi-blocks down here. But yeah, like Banana says, I don't rush things. Because there's just no point. Really. Right, are we in the right place here? Yes. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thing is, though, I don't rush things, but I do tend to get... I still tend to get things done faster than a lot of people, I think, overall. Just purely because when I do things, I take the time to get proper infrastructure set up. That I see a lot of people skipping out on. And if you take the time to get proper infrastructure set up, it takes more time, like, at the time, but it takes longer, but it takes less time kind of later on. All right, so if we grab... no, it's exchanging gadget. Where's copy-paste gadget? There it is. Oh, geez, that's... The hell even was that? Oh, right, yeah. Oh, and my keybinds are gone for this as well, aren't they? Copy. I remember the easiest way to do this as well. Alright, so if we copy that... I think this is still linked. We do need to drop it down by a block, though. Hey, Pat, how you doing? Oh, we ran out of bit. Wait, how have I not got a recipe for bit? Oh my god. What is wrong with me? How have I not done this yet? I guess because we haven't needed it, we've kind of just had enough until this point. So if we just do, I don't know, 4,096 of those. How Coops at the vet today for puppy checkup? Oh, he's such a cute little pupper. I don't think you rush in Minecraft ZE too. You can't rush it too much in this, unfortunately. You need to be well, you can rush to the basic storage setup, but any form of auto crafting is locked behind HV. Okay, and then there was 1, 2, 3, and then that's 1, 2, 3, and then there. Oh, that was already done, wasn't it? There we go. How are we doing for... Okay, we might have enough for this. Although we still have another floor at the top to do for the kind of the floor of the maintenance floor, if that makes sense. I think the ceiling ones up here, like at the top, will get switched out at some point, but I haven't figured out what I want to use as a ceiling block yet. And once again, I am picking up random fish. Killing with only the storage bit. I always have to have everything organized. If it hasn't become clear yet, I am a little bit of a control freak. If I can control it, and if I can have control over it, I will. Oh, that's a little bit awkward, but we'll deal with that later. This is basically just for the maintenance floor of the floor from the floor above. Are we still doing all right for bits? We are starting to run a little bit short. And I don't know what we're going to do with the floors down here, with the walls down here. Make a trophy, you never would have guessed. I know, right? I hide it so well. Okay, right. So, going to be a little easier to get the ME cabling down from here. Although we might need to reorganize this a little bit. Which we kind of need to do anyway. For this. Because this is kind of awkward where it is. Right, let's get that sorted out. Where are my laser connectors? So if we have those there and there. And hook those up to there. Now we just got to figure out what we're going to do about getting the power up to there. I do have this weird thing where lasers have to be straight. Or at 45-degree angles. So that will be there, there. If we did it to... That wouldn't be a 45-degree angle, would it? Although, technically that would... That's technically a 45-degree angle, isn't it? So there... Or is it? I'm actually not sure. Kind of weird when they're not at the same... Oh god, what did I do? At least I only placed one there. Right, so we should be able to get rid of that one now, and everything should be fine. So basically I want to bring this, the ME cable from there straight down. That's not a 45-degree angle, is it? I think it would need to be there. Either way, we can get rid of that. Why is it so difficult to tell whether it's a 45-degree angle or not? Jesus Christ. So it'd be on the underside of... Yeah, so that would be the 45-degree angle. Right. It really, like, it genuinely does not matter. But it will bug me if it's not. Yeah, that works. Okay. I'm happy with that. I wish you knew how to build properly. It's one of those things that just takes time and practice. I mean, I've been playing this game for a long time now. And I've spent a large part of it building. So I've kind of, over the years, I've just, I guess, developed a knack for it. I always feel like I'm being arrogant when I say stuff like that. Because I'm really not that good at building. If you compare it to someone like, say, Scar, for example. Good Times with Scar. And a lot of the Hermits, a whole lot of other builders. I am nowhere near those standards. 7, and then that should be the center of this chunk. Davo, how you doing? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that should be the corner. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be the center of the chunk. Right, and then the next thing we got to do is get the power down here as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that should be good. And then there, and then there. Right, we're slowly getting there. Okay, so now we should have somewhere we can start putting the multi-blocks where we've got power down here and we have an ME connection down here. Now I've just got to try and get out of it. There we go. We haven't got a way of technically of getting down there yet, but because I'm more concerned with tech than building in the past few years. Yeah, I will 100% agree with that. I still enjoy building, but it doesn't quite kind of scratch that same itch that the kind of the tech side of things does. I think I think part of it is just the fact that with the tech side of things, there's a solution to it. It either works or it doesn't. Whereas with building, it's very subjective. Like what you might consider to be a really nice build, other people might think is absolutely awful, and vice versa. Right. Okay, so the other thing we need to look at as well that we haven't, and I really should do, is parallel hatches. I'm assuming we can probably only do... Yeah, we can only do the elite parallel hatches to begin with. I don't even think we need to have parallel hatches. But basically this will allow the multi-blocks to run multiple recipes in parallel. But how am I doing today? I've got a little bit of a headache, unfortunately. No, it's just a regular... It is just a regular overworld. We just built in an ocean. So we do have all of this around here. Our old base. Where is our old base, anyway? Actually, that's a good question. There it was. That was where our old base was. But yeah, we are in a regular world. Right. Okay. So multi-blocks. Do we want to do? I got to make a decision now. Do I want to start working on the power substation first? Or do I want to start working on the multi-block processing machines? And I genuinely don't know. The power substation would be good, because once we get the power substation up and running, A, we'll have considerably more power storage, and B, we can start thinking about using peer-to-peer power transfer. So I think that might actually just be the way we go. Assuming there's nothing in here that will trip us up in terms of building this thing. Because the only things I can think of that might are we're going to need... We're not going to need, but I would like to have the 64 amp input hatches and output hatches. Sounds like a good plan, Hero. Do I want to do this first? The palladium substation. Just take iridium and palladium plates. Isn't too bad. The one thing I guess we could be concerned about is the capacitors. Because we'd want to make these, which would just take the empty tier 1 capacitors. We'd probably end up needing to make another 2 Laptronic energy orbs. Because so we can get like 2 layers of the IV ones. Those are ultimate. How do we make ultimate again? Cobalt, chromium, nickel. Oh, that's not bad at all. Okay, that seems fine. The IV 64 amp hatches. Well, a 64 amp dynamo hatch, which is just 16x tungsten cable, one 16 amp dynamo hatch, and an IV power transformer. It's just an IV assembler, niobium titanium springs, small platinum springs, platinum cables, niobium titanium cables, and HV electric pumps, and IV transformers. Ah, that's the thing that we're going to be missing at the minute, the HPIC chips, I think. Wait, no, we can make the HPIC chips. What am I talking about? No, that should be okay. Yeah, let's do that. The thing we need to do first, though, is we've got a lot of this shit to deal with now. A whole lot of raw tantalites. And then a whole lot of... Was it pyrolusite? Yeah. Even though you don't like Magi mods and the create mods. I mean, they're not... Create isn't strictly necessary for it, I think, for the most part. Oh, no, we have AE2. What makes you think we don't have AE2? Like, everything is running off AE2. The only thing, we just haven't... This is only a temporary setup. This is only temporarily here. Which is why we haven't bothered doing much with the outputs. I think we finally had enough with GTNH. The lack of AE2 has gotten to you. That's actually the pack I've been playing off stream. How's the Greg teching? It's going well. We've got the Alloy Blast Smelter set up already. Which is fantastic. And now we just need to... I think I might actually need to go and get some more cobalt from somewhere, though. Because I don't think we've got a huge amount right now. Yeah, we've only got like 1,400 cobalt. I just got I'm about just under 50 hours in. I just got the bender and wire mill made this morning, and the multi-block steam centrifuge. Which honestly, last time I played GTNH, they didn't have a lot of the multi-blocks they have now for the steam age, and oh my god, that centrifuge is amazing for getting glue and raw rubber pulp. It's so nice. And the fact that you can also now get raw ores from... When you mine the ores, you don't get the actual ore block itself. You get raw... They've turned it to raw ores. And you can use Fortune on them. Which just speeds up the early game and makes the manual mining of the early game so much easier. It's so nice. Hit HV recently, but everything's so painful now. I think that's one of the things. Like I'm taking, as with most things, I'm taking it somewhat slower and just making sure I have proper infrastructure set up, as I go, and it makes life so much easier. I did last time when the furthest I ever made it with GTNH before I got burnt out. It wasn't because GTNH was burning me out. There was other issues at the time, but that was on. I made it to end of HV, start of EV. Still hadn't got to an ME system at that point either, but it wasn't worrying me too much. There are alternatives. They're not like amazing alternatives, but there are alternatives in there. How is that? Source cobalt. Hey, that's from Nuclear Crafting Eteric. Right, cobalt dust. What is our best option at the moment? I haven't moved the miner anyway yet, have I? No, we still need to do that. So either cobalt or cobaltite we should be able to get, right? We do have cobaltite veins. What can we get from magnesite? Magnesium makes sense. Cobaltite dust. Yeah, I might head through to the end and see if I can see what how large the cobaltite veins are. See if we can find one. You're kind of rushing for the moon, so maybe that's what's burning you out. I mean, that's one thing I always found when I rushed ahead. Like, the more you rush ahead, like, yes, you get to a certain point quicker, but if you don't have the proper infrastructure set up to to keep up with everything you need, then it just makes it 10 times harder. That's why, like, I always prefer to take the time to make that infrastructure. Right, where is the gateway? I need to actually set up a 10 pad point for the outer kind of islands. I always forget that I need to do the add button first. Right. There we go. Lunar and Lightning, hello. Welcome to the stream. Browsing jobs in a position with the title Project Architect. I mean, it's not Project 2 Architect though, right? Cobaltite. Ooh, looks like they might be relatively small veins. Not that it's going to matter too much, I don't think, but I don't know why this always reminds me of one of those like kind of weird cheese slices you get. I don't know why. Very weird. Right, we are looking for cobalt and cobaltite, which we are not really finding at the moment. I wanted to use these veins because it means we don't have to deal with all the other, like the garnerite and penlandite and whatever else we get from them. But I am not finding any. We might be better off in the nether at this rate, then. Wait, no, it's the overworld where the cobaltite veins are. Oh my god, there's a tiny bit over there, but like it literally is a tiny bit. Oh, there is an inch. Hey, we can get elytra, we can get flight. Oh, hold on. I am taking that. Oh yeah, they're tiny. The veins are. Ugh. Okay, well, we'll have a look in. I'll mark that one. I also want to see what the loot's like in these places. Yay, dark steel. Right, I want to see what there's also more tungstate and scheelite around here, which I would like. I'll mark this area. That's not the right one, is it? We need to be to the south a little bit. I'll mark this area. And we'll come back here if the ones in the overworld are not any better. All right, so where was the other place? It was just the overworld, wasn't it? And overworld and Venus. We haven't been to Venus yet, so... Right, let's go to the overworld. Fuck off, eggs. All right. Not finding anything yet. Yes, I did add Tempad in. They added compatibility scripts for it, so it's not an easy recipe to make though, I have to say. The first one, which does use Money Pennies as fuel, is available in MV, but the one we just didn't bother with that one and went straight for this one, which is a little bit more expensive. No, I didn't add simple magnets in. I won't either. I'd like to, but I'm not going to. Hey, there we go. We get considerably more cobaltite in there, but we do also get a shitload of other stuff. Which I don't know if I want to deal with or not, but that is a very colourful ore vein, though. But yeah, that's got a lot of cobaltite in there. We're just going to have to go through all of these and make sure we have storage for all the byproducts from them. At least the first lots of them. But there's definitely a lot more here than there was in the nether. The end, rather. For lazurite, we need to make sure we have storage for... Oh, sodalite. Which I'm guessing we don't have. Sodalite dust, but not actual sodalite. I'm kind of surprised we get, like, actual sodalite from that. But we need to get some storage for that. This, unfortunately, is my process for setting up this miner. It's great when you're doing the same veins that you've done before, but... Right, sulfur we can store. Speaking of colourful ore veins, Boss is here. How's the moneying and the factorying going? It's going all right. Going pretty well. Right, what else do we have to deal with? Nickel and lapis. So it's going to be cobalt dust, which is good. And I'm pretty sure we do have storage for that already. Never mind. How have I got 1400 cobalt and no storage cell for it? That is not like me. Well, that's another thing we need to do. What was the other one? Lapis. That will give us lazurite, which I'm 99% certain we do not have storage for that at the moment. What else we got there? Penlandite and calcite. Calcite was a major pain in the ass in GTNH. Took so long to find an actual vein. Iron dust, I know we have storage for. In fact, I do want to double check that just in case. Calcium and iron dust we should have. Yeah, calcium we do. Iron dust. Yeah, calcium and iron dust we do. And then solite and garnierite. Sodalite will get lazurite, which we have set up there already, and garnierite, iron dust. Okay, cool. Right, so we just need to do some drives for those. We'll do a 4K one for the cobalt and then just 1Ks for these because I can't imagine we're going to need the lazurite and sodalite. So you want to go to a storage system, which means you're still trying to find what parts of the quest you need to do. It's going to a very a bit here and a bit there. Yeah, it can be a little bit like that. Again, that's another thing, I guess, with rushing. When you're rushing things, you kind of don't necessarily follow the quest lines, do you? You just kind of you find what you need and then you just follow that. It keeps freaking me out that I'm not getting the grass breaking sound. I keep thinking my audio is broken. Right, so that's the lazurite. The other 1K is for sodalite. Although I just renamed the wrong bloody thing. That's sodalite. And then the 4K is for cobalt dust. Right, that's all sorted. We can remove that now. We don't need it. But we will set up another... We'll just set up the temporary home point there now. Right, let's go and grab the miner. Well, he's actually not far away. Is this done now? Are we... Yes, that's done. Okay. I just had a thought. With the laser wrench, can you have 2 laser wrenches? And what... It's tied to the position it's connected to is tied to the wrench, right? And not anything else. I'm just thinking, because we're basically connecting wireless power each time, but each time we're having to go back to the base and kind of connect it. If I can just have one that is always connected to that power output. Actually, let's do this miner power. And if we do that and we go home. And then we connect that to there. And then hopefully we can always keep that connected to the same place. And then we don't have to keep going backwards and forwards. Are we transferring power? With Laser IO. We've got the advanced connectors now, so we can just use those. Yeah, advanced connectors have no limit to their range at all. They work cross-dimensionally and from any distance. Right, drilling fluids. Outputs. I forgot to chunk load the other chunk as well. Right, so we should be able to do that. The only thing is I'm going to have to only use that to specifically connect that, and then the rest of it we're going to have to do, connecting this bit, we're going to have to do like that. Right, that should... There we go. Right, cool. And let's set that back to the miner home point. And then somewhere around here, we have the area chunk loaded for this one. There we go. We can get rid of that. All right, there we go. That should give us some cobalt. Yeah, I wish the same thing, Freefall. I'm kind of surprised they don't, honestly. It's a little frustrating. Right. Okay, so that's going to get us cobalt. What do we need the cobalt for again? Can anybody remember what we needed the cobalt for? I know we're making the power substation. In fact, let's see if we can... Yeah, let's grab all the other bits that we need for this. Yeah, it is a little weird. I agree. Because they have the same NBT data. Right, we're going to need to make a recipe for these, the palladium substations. Those need to be on circuit 6. Palladium plates. I don't even think I've got... Oh, no, it's even... You know what? We're going to have to do something else before we do this. We ran out of spaces for patterns. We ran out of space. How do I want to do this? I might just have to do it so we get rid of that and we just put another pattern provider here. Facing into that for the time being. That way, because we're going to be switching this over to a multi-block today or tomorrow anyway, so I don't want to spend too much time making this all look nice when it's all going to get torn down. So we can just do that. And that. Yes, there is a multi-block bender. What do I need? I need you. There we go. Right. That should be fine. Right, so we need a recipe for the palladium plates. We still need a recipe for the palladium itself. We've got it in dust form. We just don't have it in... we just don't have it in ingot form yet. Takes nitrogen, so we can do that on circuit 2. Although, again, I've forgotten to switch that over because it needs to be outputting the actual ingots and not hot ingots. Hey, life. How you doing? I am Bender, insert ingots. There is actually a Bender reference on there, I think. Ooh, he's bad. We want Bender. I can't remember who... what was the name of the not Bender? Bender. I can't remember. I can't... It's been so long since I've seen it. I can't for the life of me remember. Right, I'm kind of curious how long palladium would take to craft. Oh, only 4 seconds. That's not bad. And if only it was called extruder. Um... Why am I seeing those? I should not be seeing those. Yeah, though I shouldn't be seeing those at all. Hold on. Apologies for the incredibly small GUI for a moment here. Oh, no, because I will see them in the terminal, won't I? Because I've only done the view cells in here, haven't I? So, yeah, I will still see the hot ingots in the wireless terminal. I forgot about that. All right, GUI scale back to something a little bit more reasonable. I feel so lost looking at these models for GregTech items. Yeah, it's. I was the same with Applied Energistics when they changed all the textures for those. Flexo, that's the one. I think I think it was you that said that it was they said that their reasoning was because they weren't happy with the way it was working or something, so they just hid it. But why they didn't just remove it entirely, I don't know. Anyway, we can make the palladium now. We do need iridium frames still, however. Iridium frames. We've got the iridium rods done already. That's fine. So that I'm assuming that'll be on circuit 4. And this will be on circuit 6. Right, I don't know how many of these we need. We need one of them for right now. To make the substation actual controller. That's the one. I forgot the word. Just trying out a new pack that you found on YouTube. What's the pack? Live. There we go. Right, have we got everything we need for this now? We do. We have our power substation. Can't do anything with it yet, but we have a power substation. But yeah, I've seen that actually as well. I've not watched any of the content of it, but I've seen it kind of in titles and things. You'll have to let me know what it's like. Like, what's the deal with it? A factory backrooms pack. Okay. Makes sense, I guess. Sort of. I never played any backrooms games. Right, okay. What else do we need in here? We need... an IV 64 amp energy hatch and an IV 64 amp dynamo hatch. Which it won't. And if we do... So, that doesn't actually help. Right, 64 amp. So 64 amp substation dynamo hatch for the output. And 64 amp substation energy hatch for the input. So the top of the curse list with the tag hidden gem. Okay. Interesting. All right, what else do we need for this? We are going to actually need the exact amount of laminated glass that it's got here because we are going to do it with 2 layers for the time being. Would you stop doing that, please? With 2 layers for the time being. So 57 laminated glass. Oh. Okay. Something broke. What broke? Propene, hydrogen, carbon monoxide. Why is nothing inserting into here? Hmm. I'm a little confused. So, why is that working? What? What does that even have? Why is that even on there? Why did I even set that up? The fuck? Oh, well, that's a little bit annoying. We have got to set this up to turn off, right? We set this up yesterday, didn't we, when I was also not feeling overly well. Okay, right, so that should make us polyvinyl butyl again. I have no idea why I set that up like that. Really don't do well with the horror. Surely it's Minecraft. It can't be that bad, surely. All right, let's see. So, okay, we've basically got nothing set up for these at the minute. But tungsten wire, 16x tungsten wire, we can make. Once we get the wire mill, we can do all of this like directly rather than having to craft into the various tiers of wire. Hey, Tribble. How you doing? All right, pattern providers. We need to put that into there. And then we haven't done the 16 amp energy hatch yet either, have we? No, that's not done. Okay, so 16 amp energy hatch. Again, we don't have any of the stuff we need for this. This is going well. Thank you for the hydrate, Tribble. I appreciate it. Tier pack called Into the Back Rooms. Found footage. Horror, scary, dweller. I think that's pretty fucking terrifying. Oh, yeah, okay, that. I'll agree. That is fairly terrifying. All right. Oh, my lord. It's so frustrating, though. When you start typing, if your mouse is in just the wrong spot, you end up like, if you press E on there, for example, if you forget to move your mouse and you start typing pattern or R or pressing R or anything else like that, like just weird stuff happens. It's so frustrating. Right, IV 4 amp energy hatch. Wait, do I not? Oh no, we only did the 1 amp energy hatch. Okay. For the 4 amp energy hatch, at least we have everything for that. That is an assembler with no circuits. We are running out of space in this assembler as well. Right, then we just need the IV transformer. That is just in the crafting table. And then, niobium titanium wire. Okay, so we need niobium titanium as well. Niobium titanium is, oddly enough, a mixture of niobium and titanium. Who would have thunk it? Do we want to do this in... Do we want to do this in the alloy blast smelter? I don't think we do for the time being. I'll move stuff over there later. But for right now, I don't think we want to do it in there. We'll just turn it into the dust and then do it in... Although 50 seconds per ingot in the blast furnace. 75.35 seconds for 2 ingots. No, this isn't actually going to be any faster because we've got the 4 blast furnaces going. So that should be fine. Although we do need that on circuit 2, right? No, circuit 1 for that. Right. Circuit 1. How you doing, Hyena? There we go. Circuit 1. Everything's on freaking circuit 1. Right, and then niobium titanium. I'll be on circuit 2. Just make sure that works. We does look like we have a little bit of niobium. Got to meet Boss's new black lab puppy today. Wanted to bring her home. Oh, I'm sure your boss might have had something to say about that as well. If you tried to take it home with you. Wait, what have I... Wait a minute, what did I just do here? That's not what we need. Why am I making that transformer? That is not the transformer we need. Is it? No, so why have I got that transformer there? Oh, that's for making the 16 amp one. Oh god, I'm getting lost now. Hold on. I'm getting lost in what I'm doing here and what recipes I've got and which ones I haven't. Okay, so we're still working on the 16 amp energy hatch at the moment. Don't want that. 16 amp energy hatch, which is... That is what that's making. So we do... Oh, we do need... So we do still need that transformer then. That's... Okay, that's fine. Got so much salt and rock salt now. I mean, it'll come in handy. You'll be able to use it later. That actually running. Are you not running? Why are you not running? Lucky 2, argon. I have got argon in there, right? Yeah, we've got argon in there. What am I missing? RTM alloy only needs HV power. Oh, that's what I'm missing. We've only got an EV mixer. That would explain that. Okay, so we've got to get an IV mixer then. All right. That's fine. All right. Again, it's annoying having to do this because we're going to be switching over to multi-blocks in the not too distant future. But we do need this, so... Alright, and we need a IV converter of the 1 amp variety. It's possible to fully automate the... Which spaceship multi-block are you talking about? How you know? Are you talking about the one for the microminer missions? If so, yes. And we will be doing so at some point in the future. Okay, let's cancel out niobium titanium for now. That's how we got that. Anyway, right, that is needed for... Wait, what's that? That's for the 16 amp energy hatch. And that's the thing we're needing at the moment. We're trying to make the niobium titanium for this. Which we should... Once we get the niobium titanium wire, we should have everything we need for that. Right, wire mill. We are running out of space for cables as well. There we go. We've got some more polyvinyl butyl plates now as well, which is good. I've got that. Yeah, it is possible to fully automate those, yes. Yeah, that's a good point. How are we doing for... Oh, look at that. We're doing fine for tantalum now. Beautiful. All right, what are we waiting on for this? We still haven't set up... There's a whole lot of things we still haven't set up, actually. Oh, the graphene's not getting held up by the niobium titanium in there, is it? Yes, it was. All right. So, there we go. Right, and that was for circuit 1 mixer, right? It's a good thing that this is the one that we have the majority of recipes in. And that is circuit 1. Right. Now let's try that. Niobium titanium. There we go. Now it's doing its thing. It might actually have been easier to do that in the alloy blast smelter after all this. If I'd have thought about it for 2 seconds, I would have realized that I didn't need to make the IV one. Yes, I did play through Nomi CU. It was a long time ago, but I did play through it. So all those should be fine now. So wait, that's going in assembler with no circuits. And that is just a crafting recipe. Okay. I did really enjoy Nomi CU, but some of the changes they've made in this have been so nice. So far, I would say yes. But I think a lot of that is mostly just because of the quality of life things you've got, like a lot of the ways that the applied energistics work, the fact that we've got laser IO now, like a lot of it just makes things a lot easier. We are running out of space very, very rapidly. Energy hatch. Is that the one we're doing? Yeah, that needs to go in there. Okay, so that's the 16 amp energy hatch. Now we just need the IV power transformer. That can go into there. We need that, except we aren't doing it with styrene butadiene rubber. We are doing it with silicon rubber. And then the 16X titanium wire. We need that. And we need that. There's going to be a lot of sorting out to do in the not too distant future. That goes in there. Okay, so where is that being made? That is just a crafting recipe as well. Is that a cheaper recipe? I don't think it matters to me. It'll be fun. Are you looking for a pack for similar to GTNH, but not as extreme? Are you wanting the magic mods in there as well? There's a couple of possibilities. This is definitely not as extreme as far as Greg Tech packs go. I would say Monifactory is probably on the easier end of the spectrum. You quite despise Thorncraft. Yep, you and me both. I am not a Thorncraft fan. Another pack that's worth looking at. It's back in 112 rather than 120, but Technological Journey is really good as well. I didn't quite finish that. We got to around about IV, LUV with that, but we never quite got it finished. All right, so that goes in the pattern providers. Another one that is looking more and more interesting is... Oh, I can never remember the name. Cosmic Frontiers. From Ghostopedia. That does have... That's a lot... I would say that's a lot more similar to GTNH, as it does have kind of magic mods in it. No Thorncraft, as far as I'm aware. But it does have magic mods in there. That's another one worth looking at. That mod does seem to be a thorn in people's sides. It absolutely does. You are not wrong. I've just realized that a lot of the stuff could be done in other assemblers. I couldn't stand Meatball Craft personally. Mostly because it felt like it was trying to do too much. It just basically just felt like it was trying to do too much. Right, and that is... Okay, please tell me I have 2 spots available. I do, and then we are out of space. Although I can move that down into there. I don't think I can move that, although we don't really need that. I think I can move those 2 down into the other one as well. Right. Let's see if we can make these. We only need 1 of each of these. I think I've normally see you at first, since from where you looked at the RegTech version is pretty much the same as GTNH. It is very similar. And it's definitely a fun pack. Nickel, you're on the right track for everything. GG. Right, I'm going to start this other one going. Start that crafting. Hopefully, when I get back, we won't have any issues and they will be on their way to being crafted. But for right now, I do need to go and take a short break. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I'll only ever run them during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. It is greatly appreciated. All right. We have... Hey, we got one of them. We've got the 64 amp substation energy hatch. Beautiful. Right, what else do we need? Those are the main things. We are going to need to make some more of the multi-peer-to-peers, probably. Actually, are we? Yeah, I think I will do them with the multi-peer-to-peers. What was holding me back from those? Nothing massively difficult at the moment, I don't think. Although, I am going to need to get some more sapphire. Probably. I don't know how we're going to do that yet. Right. And there we go. There is the dynamo. Wait, what? It just told me it was done. Was that just a really delayed, like, toast for the substation hatch instead? I guess so. All right, well. What else do we need? We needed 57 of the laminated glass. We should be able to do that now. We can indeed. Hey, Titan. How you doing? I've got those two. Right. What else do we got? What else do I need? We should have the maintenance hatches. Yeah, we've already got the maintenance hatch. That's good. We still need the capacitors. And this is going to be a little bit... This is going to be a little kind of a weird situation. Switching these over. Because we're going to have to take... We're going to need to make sure everything is basically ready before we switch over. You doing good, how am I? I'm feeling a little under the weather, but otherwise pretty good. Alright, let's see. I also need to make sure... I don't know if we can do the same thing that I've been doing down here with the cover. I'm assuming we can put this onto the substation as well. I can try to help. What's the issue you're having? By the way, you just need more machines. There's always more machines. What are we waiting on those? More tungsten wire. How are we doing for tungsten now? We're down to below 4,000 now. Alright. So... let's just make a few more of these. I don't know how many we need, though. Actually, you know what? Let's go and plan out where stuff needs to be so we can actually get this set up as we need to. Let's put this, like, slap bang in the center of the chunk. Should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, center. There is... that would be the center. There we go. We've got our dynamo hatch. We should use a piece of concrete. That's the center of it, right? Using our tech particle accelerator for getting some stuff like overcharged crystals. Okay. What's the actual... I've not used the particle accelerator, so if it's anything specific to the particle accelerator, I probably won't be able to help, but... when the speed to reach certain limits, it releases other items to collide with each other. You can set it to emit to emit a redstone signal, can't you, with the particle accelerator? I can't remember which part of it does it. But I do remember you can get it to emit a redstone signal, right? With a sensor, okay. So you can get that to emit a redstone signal. So all you'd need to do is have, I assume then, is have one laser node connected to the inventory with a redstone card in it as an input, and then set that to whichever channel you want. And then Let me see if there's an easier way, a way to do this. Let me just grab a laser now. Right, so if you've got your, you set one side up with a redstone signal to receive a redstone signal from that sensor. So basically you face this into wherever the sensor is. And then with the, as long as it's on the same network, on the item card, you basically set it to insert on, if you use this section up here, if you've set it to the whichever redstone channel you've set it to that channel, and then redstone high, then this will only work when it has a redstone signal. So you can basically set it up to insert the items that you want when it gets this redstone signal. Does that make sense? It's kind of, I'm usually quite bad at explaining these things when I've not got the exact thing in front of me, but does that make sense? That's the one you need. Yeah, so it's just that basically. All right, let me know how you get on with it. Hopefully it works for you. Oh, and there's my laminated glass. Beautiful. Right. Okay. So, power substation, I'm assuming, goes front and center. And it's what, 5 by 5? Yeah, it's 5 by 5. So the power substation itself will go there. And then we'll do input on the left, output on the right. So if we do the inputs there and then any outputs here, that is one block too far out. Then any outputs there, we'll need a maintenance hatch on that, on there. So how much then, how many of the palladium substation things do we need? Is there anything else I'm going to be missing here? I don't think so. That's going to be, what, 25 on the bottom, take away 3, so 23... No, 22 plus 24. 46, I think. Of the palladium substations. So we need 46 of those. And then for the capacitors... we're going to be doing the IV Labtronic capacitors. And we're going to be... We are actually going to need 2 more of these. Since we're going to be doing 2 layers of 3x3, and we've already got 16 of them at the moment. This one did not touch planks and sticks. Similar, has actually grown on you. It's not as tedious as the others you've tried. Oh, do you mean Greg Tech packs? Yeah, this definitely makes the early game a lot more bearable than some others do. Alright. So let's go and get a few more recipes made. Namely this. Which we need a bunch of ultimate for. Ultimate is... this is what we needed the cobalt for. Cobalt, chromium, nickel, and molybdenum. We should have all of that. I forgot what circuit that was, though. Circuit 1, believe it or not. Everything's on circuit 1. Ishula, the tattoo shop, wants to schedule you for next week already, and the actual doctors are on lunch break after you try calling them both yesterday and today. Did you try calling them at the same time? The doctors? Because I guess if they were on lunch break one time at one point, they will probably also be on lunch break the next. I guess it would kind of make sense. Does kind of suck, though. Right, so we should be able to make the ultimate now. And then we need ultimate plates. All right, ultimate plates, ultimate frames, which means we need ultimate rods. And that needs to be on circuit 4 for the frames. And I'm going to need to make a canner as well, aren't I? I just need the ultimate screws, which need ultimate bolts. We need all sorts of ultimate. Oh, God damn it. Okay. We also need more space for bolts. Most GregTech packs you tried never even got as far as starting to do anything GregTech. Just trying to make a bed and chest and a crafting table. Yeah, GTN8 is a little bit like that. It's definitely a little bit more difficult at the start. But this is one of the reasons why I always like, for anybody just starting out with GregTech, I would always suggest this or Monifactory, because they do, like, both of them are like relatively easy early game. Certainly compared to other things. Right, assembler. That should be fine. We'll do it in there for now. All right, so we need capacitors. We want 18 of those. And start to open curse and start playing a pack now too. You could always try that Liminal Industries one. See what that's like. Why do I have 83 capacitors? I have no idea. Oh man, we're doing the iridium now as well, aren't we? So this is everything's gonna take a while. Oh no, they're working on the ultimate. Okay, that's keeping up, which is good. Very creepy, but so far not too bad. Pat, you're playing Resource Factory. Not heard of that one before. What's it like? That was a cool concept. You used to explore and got yourself into trouble and rage quits. It looks at it, just looks like a stone block variation to you, and the idea of stone block is a little boring to you. Fair. That is fair. Right. Right, we are a little bit short on the palladium substations just now, but all right. Then we got the laminated glass. What are we waiting on? What is taking the time now? The fact that we're waiting on the iridium, that's doing its thing. It's doing its thing very slowly, but it's doing its thing. Getting his keyboard outpost all in snow all around. A custom recipe getting some stuff. Cool. Sounds interesting. All right. We're back to waiting again. Because ultimate apparently is taking a while. It's not even that slow. It's like 8 seconds per ingot. Really not that bad. Okay, so what else do we need to think about here in terms of getting this set up? We need to think about what we're going to be doing for the energy inputs. Basically for that, what we're going to have to do is this is what we're inputting our energy with right now, and we'll have to switch that out for something else later. We're gonna have to get all of our other power inputs, or energy outputs rather, converted into IV. So what we could do is we've got 4 amp dynamo hatches. If we make up for these ones, we may as well keep these until we really don't need them anymore. But if we can switch these over to... What happens if you input... I guess we could make a 64 amp EV input as well. Just for those. And then I don't know what we'd do with these. We'd have to use a converter somewhere to convert all of the RF into EU before it goes into the system. But that shouldn't be too difficult to do, I don't think. We have anything? Oh, we've got 7 of our tier 1 capacitors. Oh my god, everything is taking so long. Oh, what have we got late? Oh, right, the power substation. Right, while we're waiting, let's read what it says about the power substation. Okay, so the power substation is GregTech's native mass power storage solution. The structure can accept up to 18 layers of 3x3 Lapatronic capacitor blocks. GT batteries can hold 6 times the EU their item counterparts can hold when crafted into a Lapatronic capacitor. That is not the best way to word that, but it works, I guess. The structure need not be made of all the same tier blocks, but it must be full. So fill any empty space with empty capacitor blocks. Insert power through energy hatches and extract from dynamo hatches, each of any tier. The power substation can accept special 64 amp substation hatches, as well as laser hatches, although they only have the 64 amp substation hatches for EV and above, as far as I can tell. The power substation will passively lose 1% of its total capacity every 24 real-life hours, up to 100,000 EU per tick per capacitor block. This is equivalent to 5.8 billionths of its total capacity per tick. So this should not be a concern under regular operation. So, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of power loss with it, but not a huge amount. Right, okay, so for these, we need a canner, which I'm pretty sure we don't have. We have a canner. Okay, never mind. Is it an HV canner, though, is the question. Macerator, autoclave. It is an HV canner. Perfect. Okay, so we don't even need to make another machine for that. That is perfect. Okay. Alright, we should just be able to... Let's just make sure this works. There we go. It appears to be working. I'm hoping that we're not going to run into any issues with... Because the Lapatronic energy orbs that we have... The Lapatronic energy orbs that we have are going to be filled with power. So I'm hoping that isn't going to cause any issues with the recipe. This being GregTech, it probably won't. But we'll see. Right, anyway, substation. I want to see if there... No, there is unfortunately not anything below EV substation hatches. Do we want to make an EV substation? energy input, or do we want to just make a transformer and transform the however many amps of EV that we're making into IV? Because each one of these is, I believe, making 3 amps of EV. Yeah, 3 amps of EV. And we've got 8 of them. So 24 amps of EV. So yeah, we want to transform 16 up to 16 amps. Ah, there we go. We can get the extreme voltage power transformer, which can convert 64 up to 64 amps of EV to IV. So if we get a transformer, or I guess the other option is we're already converting all this to RF. Maybe we just get like a 16 amp IV converter, and then we just feed everything into that, all the RF into that, and then output from that converter into the power storage. I think that's the way we're going to do it, because that way we don't have to change anything around over here. All we need is just one more. We'll probably put it somewhere over here where we'll just have another converter, and then we'll just have that as another input to it. Do you think you made the import parts from machines before starting to go out on aimed goals? Most things you do are reasonably fast done in mostly machines. It sounds like you're definitely on the right track. All right, why is Iridium not doing anything? Why? Why? Oh, that's why. Because we're using 4 amp energy hatches rather than 2 1 amp ones. We're not able to run IV recipes in there. But if I just make 4 IV energy hatches, and 4 1 amp IV converters, it'll take a little while to do, but it should be doable. I think what I'm going to do in the meantime is move this over to here. Oh. And then we'll run all the iridium through there. It's going to take a little bit longer, but that's okay. Once we've got the IV hatches, that should become a little bit quicker. Can you put oxygen gas in a normal tank, or is it like a mechanism? No, it's essentially a liquid. So it can go into a normal tank. All right. And we are still waiting on all sorts of things. Okay, so while we're waiting, we need to find Sapphire. We have 25, but that's not going to get us very far. We might actually have to go, because we need this for Sapphire plates. And the only way we can get Sapphire plates is through blocks of Sapphire. We could either do this through a sifter, which honestly I can't be bothered to go through the hassle of doing that at the moment. Or we can go out, find a sapphire vein, and just manually mine some for now. And I think that's what we're going to do. No, that's honestly, that's not a strange question at all, Guitar. It's perfectly reasonable to not be sure whether a something that's called oxygen gas will fit into a fluid tank. I would say that's perfectly reasonable. Right, where are you? You will be somewhere around here-ish. Right? Am I in the right place for sapphire? Yes, alright. Oh, we're also in the right place for galena, apparently, as well. Is it further down? Yes. Okay, right. Right, I'm going to set this... Alright, we're going to go and grab this, and... do a little bit of mining. Right. Okay, one thing I'm not sure about is... Ah, good. Okay, so this does go straight into my storage for ores. Beautiful. There's more machines. I mean, you'll as you can probably tell from my base, you'll end up with a lot of machines. One of those things you just kind of got to get used to, I guess. Alright, that should be more than enough sapphire for now, but we'll get a little bit more just to be on the safe side. And then we'll just... set up some recipes for turning it into plates. Where is stuff going? Why does it feel like things were getting voided there? Like, I was mining a bunch of stuff, and it was... Our inventory was full, but we didn't have anything flying around underneath us. What was all that about? I need a little silicon for your data model. Can you... Are we talking silicon? Wait. What do we need? Oh, for the electrical steel. I was wondering, wait, I was thinking, like, what do you need the silicon for? Okay. Have returned again. Welcome back, Quiet. Right, let's put these back into charge. And I'm also going to go and put my... my Omni Breaker into an IV machine somewhere to charge. And hopefully we aren't going to need it. Right. Ore processing is over here. Yeah, we've got some sapphire there. We just do like smelt 4.5 stacks. That'll give us a bunch of actual sapphire. I need to give this more power as well. I'm trying to think what the way that like I didn't worry about it too much by that point. The easiest way to get do you want an easy-ish way to get silicon, which I think you should be able to do now, and it's something that's definitely worth setting up. I don't know if you want kind of things, or if you just want to kind of do the fun of going through JEI and figuring it out. Oh, we've got 6 more of those now. We're getting there. Very slowly, but we're getting there. Which is the way that you're doing it? Yeah, you're kind of going through it. I mean, there is no right or wrong way. As long as you get to what you need, it's not the wrong way. So there is no wrong way to do it. The processing tab does have some information on it, though. I'll say that much. Oh yeah, right. Then fusing deep state dust and silicon dioxide, dust and electrolyze it into silicon oxygen. That definitely works. That should get you, if you're certainly if you're only after a small amount of silicon, that's definitely a way to go. All right, so if we, all right. Right, let's see. We are going to need multi-peer-to-peers. We are going to need to make a recipe for these. Oh, the accumulation processes. I never set up a recipe for those, did I? Oh yeah, that'll definitely get you enough then, Guitar Lilin. That will definitely get you enough. I'm not set up to make the accumulation processes. Although I am just realizing that I can now do this with the forming press. So we are definitely going to be switching over the way we do our printed circuits and things. All right, so black steel. I think I'm just going to manually make a bunch of these for now. It's going to be our best option, I think. If I just make like 32 of these, that'll be fine, right? So 32 is going to need 32 black steel. I'm actually curious how long black steel takes at this point. I'm getting more iridium through into here, aren't I? I still haven't updated it yet. We're still waiting on our IV hatches. All right, we will be back on track soon with everything. As soon as you get AE2 up and running, going, you'll worry about rebuilding everything for automation. I will say you won't be able to get to actual ME patterns for a little while yet. Do I have a thing set up still? I didn't. Do I have an inscriber though? Exactly everything as you said. You get redstone of level 15 using redstone pen. And use laser IO to put it in an item card with redstone activated on channel 1, but it still didn't work. You might need to put overclockers into the... if you wanted to go at a specific time, you might need to put overclockers into the item card. Or on the output, like wherever it's outputting from, you might need to put overclockers on there just to make sure that it will output exactly when you want it to. All right. Let's just borrow this for now. Except you're apparently not going to connect straight away because why would you? Oh, yeah. It won't send to begin with. So wait, what exactly is it you're trying to send? And where is it coming from and being sent to? I'm still not 100% sure how the particle accelerator works. But without having it in front of me, it's hard for me to say this is how it works. This is what you need to do. I did hear the news about Ozzy Osbourne, yeah. And it kind of sucks. Alright, so we need to get a recipe for sapphire plates. And then a recipe for sapphire blocks. Alright, so that should give us everything we need for these, for another 32 of them. Beautiful. Everything's... I'm guessing iridium has probably gone through into the... into where it's not supposed to be. Because I haven't actually changed it to not go in there. Wait, where am I going? I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, this is just going to keep stopping. Apparently Hulk Hogan just... Wait, really? Oh, shit. I mean, he's 71. That's not even that old. Damn. Well, shit. That's surprising. And concerning. Okay, these are not keeping up now. I need more bloody things. Yeah, that's a little concerning. Well, Ozzy and Hogan put their bodies through hell in their past lives. Yeah, that is true. That is a very good point. I mean, I don't know if Hulk Hogan was ever kind of. I'm assuming he partook in illegal substances at some point or another. Speaking of oxygen, I need to make sure my oxygen supply is still doing okay. Okay, my oxygen supply is still doing okay. I've just got to keep taking the fucking iridium out of it. I just want my IV energy fucking hatches. That's all I want. Is that so much to ask? Just for like 4 little IV energy hatches. What is even taking? I'm assuming it's because stuff keeps. Oh, it's because we're waiting on the iridium. What to do with all the oxygen? Store as much as you can, Guitar Lilin. Oxygen is always good to have in large quantities. I'm really not liking this whole babysitting thing. We're doing way too much of it at the minute. I'm assuming this is like a solid base to this. Yeah. And then we got 1 capacitor there at the moment. There we go. Beautiful. You filled your 1 fluid tank? I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about voiding any of it. But keep as much as you're able to store. It does come in handy. Oh, we've got two of our converters. We're getting there. Have you stopped putting iridium in here now? Making more tanks now. One thing that can be quite useful to have is these empty universal cells. You make them by making the fluid cells, which you can make in the bender with, I think steel is the... Yeah, steel is the earliest thing you can make these with. Just a steel plate in a bender with circuit 12 will give you the empty fluid cells. And if you then put them into the crafting grid, it'll turn them into universal cells. Those are really useful because while they can't handle acids, if you ever have a situation where you've got less than a bucket of a fluid in there, it's useful for getting them out. Is that another Hulk Hogan reference? How you doing, Hideyoshi? Alright, there we go. We've got the 4 converters. Now we just need the 4 fucking energy hatches. Come on. What are we're just waiting on more iridium. Like, iridium's being used for 2 things at the moment, so unfortunately, we can't speed up our iridium production because we need the iridium to speed up the iridium production. God dang it. Right. Oh, we should have, one more of those that we can convert into a capacitor. I'm gonna have to do this in kind of a weird way in that, like, we're gonna have to do... I don't know how we're gonna do this, honestly. The transferring over. Where am I going? I'm going over here, aren't I? Yeah, because we've got to transfer over from our current power storage to the new power storage, but we need to make sure we keep power while we're doing the transfer over. So we may not actually get this finished today, because I've just realized one other thing in that we also... Oh, no, that's not going to make a difference, is it? I was going to say we still need to be able to transfer power and supply power to all of the things that are using converters. How do you request beyond a passives buffer? At the minute, we're not. We haven't got anything that we need to request past the passives buffer, but normally what I'd end up doing is just making sure, just have a crafting recipe set up for it as well. So make sure you've got a crafting recipe set up for whatever you've got passived, and then if the passive isn't enough to supply it, then you'll just have, then it will just kind of roll on over to the actual crafting recipe and then craft the rest. Thankfully, we've not run into a situation where we've needed that yet, but... This is gonna take forever. But yeah, I think what we're gonna end up having to do is basically have have an output to the 16 amp converter as one of the outputs for the peer-to-peer. And then just have that connected to basically have the same thing we've got here. Making clean room walls and don't want to buff beyond 100 buckets of polyethylene. I guess the other option would just be take out the 100 buckets you've got in there, or however many you need over 100 buckets. Take out the excess and then let it fill up to the 100 buckets again, and then just use what you've got in whatever tank you're using for making the clean room walls. Otherwise, just set the buffer to whatever you need over the 100 buckets, and then set it back again. Why not more than 100 buckets of polyethylene, though? We've got... What have I got? I mean, I've got 4,000. That might be overkill, but... I hate these transitional periods. We still have so much iridium to do. Alright, where are we? It's not put any more in here yet, has it? No, good. It's not used a ton, but it also doesn't use any materials that are difficult to come by. So I genuinely wouldn't worry too much about buffering more than 100 buckets of it. Or just do like my other suggestion there was, change the buffer temporarily to get the extra amount that you need, and then just set it back to 100 buckets, and then it won't kick in again until it's gone below that 100 buckets. I'm kind of assuming you do the shut off the way I do with just with level emitters. It won't work for the item cards. So it's not sending items. Hang on, let me just do a temporary setup here. Let me just grab that. Because we're just kind of waiting around a little bit at the moment anyway. If we just grab a couple of chests. But basically what should happen is... connect those. If we put an item in there, then you'd have extract on whatever it's extracting on, and then insert on the same channel. So that would start extracting those. But if you then set that to only work on a high redstone signal on the orange channel, that won't transfer anything. And then you've got your redstone cards with the on the input there, and attach that to a lever. That'll start transferring as soon as the lever is pressed, as soon as it has a redstone signal, basically. Is that the way you've got it set up? So you've got the input receiving the redstone signal, and then the output cards on the same channel, redstone channel, and set on high. And then obviously the output on the same channel. And it's not working. So it's definitely receiving the redstone channel, though. The redstone signal, rather. Now, is it definitely receiving the redstone signal? I'm not sure what else could be going on with it then. Without being able to see it. I'm not sure where the issue would come in. We're slowly getting there. Just what, 7 more of these to go? I think we're just going to have to do this with 9 of them to begin with. I think what I'll do, yeah, what we'll do is we'll set this up with 9 of these to begin with. Transfer the power from there into here. It's going to be a pain. This is going to be a pain. Anybody else have all these issues when you're kind of transferring from like one system to another? Or moving one base to another? I have similar issues. What are we waiting on these? Why are these taking forever? Sapphire plates are not working. Oh, I know why as well. I needed to be keeping the lubricant in there for the pattern, and I didn't. No, Creative Flight, we are using the Angel Ring. I kind of skipped over the jetpacks and everything else and just went straight for the angel ring. Right, so we can take that out of there. Let's redo that recipe. There we go, that's better. I did wonder why that was taking so bloody long. Alright, let's redo that recipe with lube. There we go, that's better. Alright, we're nearly there. Three to go, and then we've just got to do the rest of the capacitors. Although I want to get the peer-to-peer stuff set up first, just so that, like, as soon as we switch over, everything is just going to be working fine. I think what we're going to end up doing, though, is... That glass in pound form is a nightmare. Which glass? This stuff. Talking the laminated glass. Or are we talking glass as in glass? Oh, right. I ended up doing it with just a single, hang on, we're upstairs, isn't it? I just ended up using a single LCR for the final stage of it, and then just single block machines for the rest. That's not the right one anyway, that's polyphenylene sulfide. This is the polyvinyl butyl. Which that should have shut off. Did I set that to 1024? Oh, I did. Okay, right. So no, that shouldn't have shut off yet. Meatball craft backpack recipe is a little big. I really couldn't get into meatball craft. Alright, one more to go, and then we basically have our substation. Right, we're gonna remove all of this. And replace it with concrete. Although we might need to change that a little bit. Am I gonna be at food time? Alright, no worries, Tribble. Enjoy the foods. Oh, we're so close. Just give me my palladium substations. Right, we're still got to figure out how we're going to do all of this. We need peer-to-peers. So that's going to be the... Hold on, let's... That's... IV... SS outputs... One. We might end up needing more of those. I don't know. We'll see. Right, that'll be our output for IV. It's been so long since I've used like EU peer-to-peer. I've got to figure out how we've got to set this up. I think I've got it figured out, but I'm never entirely sure. Alright, so we need a few more of those. We need that. I really need to get this charged up as well. Right, so let's figure this out. So that's going to be where the outputs for... Actually, have I got a cable anchor? I'm going to want to cover that with something a little bit later on. If I just put a cable anchor there, that should make it a little easier to do. Right, so that's going to be... That's the input. Oh, hold on. We have those now. Fabulous. Okay. And we should also have our ivy hatches. Nope, those are still going. Yeah, still got a little bit more of the iridium to go. That's fine. Okay, right. So let's get this figured out then. I think I am going to do at least one more layer here of concrete. Oh my god. Why am I so bad at this game? What the hell? Alright, so we'll just do one more layer of concrete around here. Like so, and grab some dirt. Hey, we got one of our hatches. Oh, I needed a few more than that. Okay, so that will... We just got to get the other 7 of those for now, although... Honestly, what... we can probably just transfer... No, we can't. To be fair, that would be what some jobs would be like. It's like, you've only got like 50,000 hours of real-world experience. That's not enough. Like, if you haven't got this piece of paper to say that you can do it, it doesn't matter how much experience you've got. Right, and that's going to be... I need to organize... okay, so the inputs. We'll input directly... IV-wise, we'll input directly from there. The rest of it, we want to have an IV converter. Which is what we've got here. We'll use that to convert everything else into IV, and then we'll have an input from there going into here. And then the outputs... The outputs are a little more difficult because... Oh, no, I guess not. No, we'll have to just have the IV, the other IV 16 amp converter we've got here. That'll be one of the outputs from this. This will output to that and then output into the thing. So we actually don't need to move most of this for now. I think we'll need to later. But I think for now, we can just we'll just be able to like, rotate things around that need to be. Like this, if we rotate this, rather than having it facing into there, we'll rotate it, face it into this, and that'll be the inputs. Because that's the power is getting input into that from here. All the RF-based power. And then, yeah, this should actually be pretty fucking easy to do. We are going to need more memory cards, though. Where the hell have I've just got a splinter from somewhere. And there is literally nothing here that could give me a splinter. What the shit? No, I've not left the house in a few days at least. Okay, right. Let's grab 7 of these capacitors for now. And then let's hope that this works. My concern is that... My concern is that it will not accept them as part of the recipe if they've got power in them. Because NBT data is a bitch. But no, it's good. It's fine. This is great tech. Shit like this just works. I haven't even got any tweezers up here either to get rid of this frickin' thing. I keep catching it now. It's only a splinter. It's fine. It's just annoying. I'm more confusing than anything. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. All right. Oh, these can all stack, can't they? So we just do that. Still not as annoying as paper cuts, though. Paper cuts are awful. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to... I'm actually starting to wonder whether having a few extras of these Lapatronic capacitors is going to be a... I think it's actually going to be a good idea. At least for now. So I think I might make another... maybe like 8 of them. That way... actually, no, let's do 9 of them. That way we can keep a buffer for when we upgrade. Because we are going to be upgrading the power substation later, and obviously power will drop if we break the multi-block. Higher first for laser IO. Alright, we've got our energy hatches now as well. And our 7 IV Lapatronic capacitors. Let's see if this actually forms before we do anything else. It did indeed form. 13.5 billion EU storage with a passive drain of 78 EU per tick. Well, good luck draining that because there's fuck all in there right now. Okay, so how are we going to do the switch over here? I think what I might end up doing is, like I say, have a... how do I want to do this? I'm actually very much not sure. I don't want to be left with, like, no power, especially if stuff's currently crafting. Okay. So let's think this through. Actually, no, this is fine for now, isn't it? If we... So this is our input. This is converting to EU. Right, if we... We're going to need to set the outputs first, aren't we? So that'll be an output. Or an input into the... If we do that, that's not going to do anything yet. And none of them are going to do anything because they're actually item peer-to-peers right now. Okay, so... if we do that, that should be... That's an output side. That's the input sides. Let's just temporarily rotate that to there. And that will not work, apparently. Is that rotate the right way? Oh, no, because nothing... Oh, no, things are turned on at the moment. Okay. I have not, no. There we go. That is inputting into the ME system currently. What we need to do, though, is we need to copy that. And then if we change those over to there, that should increase the input from there. And then what we need to do is get rid of that. We need to rename this. I'm going to be ignoring chat for a little bit, by the way, because if I don't want to screw this up, so I don't want to end up blowing anything up. Right, so this is going to be the IV input to substation. That's the IV input to the substation, and then we need to do this one too as the IV output from the substation. And then that will output to there. That's not right. That will output to there. Nope, I fucked it up already. God damn it. Nah, hold on. Screwed up again. Okay, right. Let's try that again. So... why are you unlinked? You know what? Let's just restart that again, shall we? The multi peer-to-peers are such a pain to try and figure out. That's the output side. That's the input side. Okay. So what should happen now is this should slowly drain. Have I tried using the network analyzer on my base? No, I haven't. I would be kind of curious to see it, though. But yeah, that shouldn't be doing anything anymore. That should be inputting. Now, this isn't going to shut off at the moment because this is... is that? That's not actually inputting into there, is it? That's not inputting from here at the moment. We are getting 203,000 FE per tick. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. Let me just make sure. 32,768 times 4 is 131,072. Plus... God, that's loud. Plus 6,144 times 8. Should be about 180,000. Plus there is... How much are these making? 6,250. And plus 6,250 times... oh, wait, hold on. I fucked that up. 180,224 plus 6,250 times 16 and divided by 4. Roughly 205,224 EU should be going into here. And with a little bit of loss from cables, that's about right. That is pretty much what we expected. You got it sorted, GG, Chloe. The first of many EBFs. There we go. That is working. But that is not enough. Oh no, that is enough laminate glass, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So this should. That should drain all of those. What was the cover called again? Advanced energy detector, which we can't make, can we? I didn't set up a recipe. No. Okay. But that does seem to be working. And we just got to make sure that we are still outputting when this is done. So basically, this is going to output to there. Now, let me relabel all of these. IV outputs from... Wait, how am I gonna label these? Because that is... I need to make sure I label everything in a way that makes sense. So that is the IV input to substation. And that is the IV output from the substation. Not that we can see the name of that anywhere. But that is what that memory cards. That's what we needed to label, isn't it? IV output from substation. That's 90. No, yeah, that's right. I mean, it's definitely possible to do that. It's just a lot slower. Right, I need to go and make another one of those energy covers. What did we need for all this? We can make all of that. Although we do need to switch out that for that. And that goes in what? A assembler with no circuits. Which we are rapidly running out of space. But yeah, I want to make sure we can shut things off when we need to. Energy cover, and then the HV. There we go, perfect. Okay. And those should all need to go in an assembler or a pattern provider. Right. Energy. Detector, there we go. Right. Let's grab one of those. It has extended AE. It doesn't have advanced AE. Okay, so hopefully... Oh, that works out perfectly. Hopefully, we can get this to... output the same information as we are getting from the other one. From the cover over here, which is... Read it at output normal. Well, no, that's actually inverted, isn't it? And set it at 60 and 90. And then what do we need redstone card-wise on there? Just input on orange. So how full is this? So we want this to shut off when it gets over 90% and turn back on again when it drops below 60%. I might change those values a little bit. Since we're not buffering as much power. But I want it for right now, I want to set this to, say, 5% and 10%. Okay, perfect. It does work as the same as the other one. Okay, that's good. So if we just set this to 95 and 85%, that will buffer those. Yeah, one of them. How about as the assembly matrix? I don't know. I've not needed it, though. I don't think it's too bad. Not too bad. Relatively late with the, or relatively late HV with the myth. Oh, it's actually EV for the assembler. So yeah, it's not too bad recipe-wise. At least not at the point I'm at now. Honestly, though, I don't think I'm going to bother with it. Although I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Not too much longer. I do need to go to the shops, so I won't be too much longer. Maybe it will be worth making one. Maybe this is going to be something we start looking at next week. That wouldn't actually be the worst idea in the world. I also think I am going to buffer a little bit more in the way of the Gene gasoline. What have we got it set at the moment? 512. We just set that to 1,024 buckets instead. That will just keep a little bit back. So not that it's a huge problem at the moment anyway, because that thing has such a high fuel value. It lasts just ridiculous amounts of time. But there we go. We have power. And what we should be able to do now as well is, rather than using converters, what we should be able to do is just use EU peer-to-peers. And then we just need to make sure we use the right one, which is the IV output from SS. We do have an IV hatch in this, right? Yeah. Just before I... And there we go. Right. Let's just make sure this is working. I'm going to grab another few of the miraging steel. Beautiful. All right. We have power transfer. And power storage and everything else we need. The fact that it's not outputting much at the moment is... I'm assuming it's because it's like once these drain, should start draining from there. Or this, I do want to make sure, actually, we can probably check that out by doing that. And that should increase the power drain. Yeah, that's... So long as everything is still getting power that is getting powered by the FE systems, we should be fine. Yeah, everything's still getting powered. Beautiful. Right, now, what we can do is we can double the capacity of this, which we may as well do before we call it a day, since we've dragged these out of here already. I am going to cancel the rest of these, though. I don't think we actually need them. Right, I'm going to have to clear out this this backpack soon as well, because these are kind of like one of the most important things now. I'm making sure we keep track of those and keep those in like where they need to be, basically. We'll get the rest of these. We'll finish off. We'll not have any power for a few seconds while we upgrade this. But it should only be for like a few seconds. And then, yeah, I'm pretty happy that we actually managed to get the substation working. And get it all finished today. Relay game for its strength, as you can achieve the same as it with extended providers. But it does work as the molecular assemblers as well, though. So having it all in one 7x7 is worth it. Speaking of which, I still need to... like, we haven't even needed to upgrade these at all. We've only got 8. Extended molecular assemblers. Where are we going? We're going over here. Right. Okay. So we'll last two things we'll do then. Let me change that a little bit. We still need to put the IV energy hatches into PBFs, so we can actually get it to make iridium and any other IV recipes. So while that last one's going, let's do that. We're going to have to change things ever so slightly as well. In that we're going to have to get rid of that, that, and that. And put lasers or laser connectors on there instead. You know what else we don't need? The fucking laser nodes at all. Oh, we might do, actually. This is going to be awkward. Right, this is going to be awkward. So we can use the peer-to-peers. Give these things power, but we've got to get the cables to them, which is going to be the tricky bit. The memory card should convert these, right? Yeah. Welcome back, Tribble. How was the food? This, unfortunately, is going to start getting... Well, it's already starting to get a little bit... hard to manage under here. But right, they should now be able to get... you can ask. I do not really have... I try to stream Monday to Friday around about 3 p.m. BST, but I don't really have a set schedule as such. Mostly, I have a lot of issues with kind of like a lot of mental health problems and things where I can't stream at certain times because of that. So I try to stream Monday to Friday from around about 3 p.m. Doesn't always happen. We'll see. Anyway, right, let's try and get a little bit of iridium going, and just to make sure this works. That does indeed appear to be working. Beautiful. And that is doing just fine. Okay, so we've got 9 more of these. Let's wait until that stops outputting quite so much power. Although that being said, I think it's always going to output a lot. Oh, there's the miraging steel. I'm just waiting on the... Once the iridium comes in, I'll break the top of this out and put everything else in. I think I can place that on top of there without breaking the multi-block. Yep. It would appear so. Homemade stir-fried chicken in fajitas. Oh, that does sound good. Right, how many iridium did I say we were doing? 8? Wait, what? Why is liquid tin? Um... Oh, because it can't... Oh. Okay, hold on. That needs to be... Oh. Oh. That's concerning. Ah. I forget this every time. I forgot to set the priorities on these. So everything was going into the random ones first. Why is there still 3,000 of something in there? Why are there still 3,000 buckets of dichlorobenzene in there? Oh. Because I don't have a storage cell for dichlorobenzene, apparently. Oops. That's a slight oversight. Alright, let's fix that. Why do I not have a thing for dichlorobenzene? Especially when we have that much of it stored. Oh, that's a lot better. We've still got a few bits in there. A little bit of fish oil. Okay, that's fine. Liquid concrete is fine. Liquid tin. I don't know what the vinyl chloride's doing in there, but that's fine as well. No, it was chlorobenzene. We had the dichlorobenzene. It's one of the reasons I assumed I had the storage cell for it, because we had so much of it. But we had dichlorobenzene, and I was trying to output that into my PBI setup, and it actually needed chlorobenzene instead. Because somehow I managed to misread that. Right, okay, that should be fine now. Right. So, we've just got to put these... Where'd the rest of that... Oh, no, we don't, the rest of the glass is down there already, isn't it? I'm going to say, where did the rest of the glass go that we need? Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to break this glass, put the 9 of these on top of it, on top of here, and then replace. As quickly as we can. Which I probably could have done with a wand, but there we go. 27 billion EU power storage. That will do nicely. Alright, cool. So this will all just run and create power for us. Eventually, I would like to move all of this. Oh, wait, does that... Oh, wait a minute. No, that's fine. That doesn't need to be there now, does it? No, that's okay. I was going to say, wait, does that need to be there? But no, that no longer needs to be there. Okay, that is power almost sorted. We can now also add the other 8 of these. Sorry, the other 4 of these that we were going to add. on top of here. And that will give us 32 amps of IV from those 8. Which will keep us going for a little while. All right, I'm pretty happy with how things have gone today. We've got the alloy blast smelter set up. We got the power substation set up. We are on our way to now making, and this is what we're going to be doing tomorrow, by the way. We're going to be making like the large material press for our bending needs. We're going to try and get the wire mill made. So the large wire factory. And the lathe, we've got the large cutting saw, so we're going to make one of those as well. We might need to do a little bit of planning of like how we're going to lay all of these out, because they take up quite a bit of space, but they are absolutely worth it. In fact, they are going to take up a lot of space. That's okay. We've got plenty of space. That's not an issue. But anyway, we're going to need the large cutting saw. That will take care of the wire mill, the bender, and the lathe. The large assembling factory and the large circuit assembling factory, I would really like as well. These are incredibly useful to have. Because basically we can probably, at that point, we can probably just about stop doing passive circuits and have them all request craftable. Because they'll be quick enough for it not to matter anyway. So that'll be nice. So we can get rid of all the passive stuff we've got. So we want to start working towards those two. The mixer would be a lovely one to have as well. That would take care of a lot of our the stuff we're doing. Extruder as well. The extruder would be another one we would like to have. And then after we've got all of those sorted, things like the large maceration tower, the large chemical bath, basically all the ore processing ones. The thermal centrifuge, I think, is just the large centrifugal unit. The thermal centrifuge for that, we'll probably end up having a couple of those, one for thermal centrifuging, one for regular centrifuging. The maceration tower, we could probably do with 2 of them. Honestly, one for macerating raw ores, which we will still be getting from the micromine emissions when we start using those. Although so we'll probably only add that in once we need to. What other ones are we going to need for ore processing? We do use the electrolyzers a little bit. So an electrolyzer might not be a terrible idea. What else might we need? Sifter. We could actually start... It might actually be worth starting to sift things. So we've got a large sifting funnel. So basically, we've got a whole lot of multi-blocks that we want to look into making for basically processing and ore refining. So this is what we're going to start working on tomorrow. That's going to take quite a bit of time to get all that done, and it probably won't all get done tomorrow. Well, in fact, it definitely won't all get done tomorrow. But we will get a decent amount done. Hopefully. For now, though, I do need to call it a day, because I do need to go and get to the shops and get some food. Because I am a little on the hungry side. But thank you, everybody, for being here. I do massively, massively appreciate it. If you can stick around for a couple more minutes, so we'll go and see if we can find somebody else I can send all of you lovely people over to. Let's see who is live and preferably playing the modded Minecraft. Who do we have? Is this going to be another one of those days where there's really not many people live? It apparently is. There isn't anybody... Yeah, they can't find anybody playing modded Minecraft on my list. All right, let's go and see... We'll go and see a fellow mob stream team member then. They are playing vanilla Minecraft, but she's a lovely person. And like I say, a member of the mob stream team. Let's go and see White Lion. Take care, Akira. It's been nice meeting you. All right, as far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message, the /me #Ducheva raid that the bot is posting now. Copy that. Once we get over to White Lions, paste that into the chat there, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show her a little bit of love. And I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. That is not the right thing to be trying to raid. Why are you like this, Twitch? That better? That work? That did indeed work. All right, guys. Have an amazing rest of your day. And I will see you all tomorrow.